Welcome, folks. Come on in. Let me sort everything out. Crank down that ISO a little bit, I think. That'll serve us well. Familiar specimen there. I'm gonna see if we can do a bit of fine work. Nothing that's too visible by the naked eye, but more or less testing a new tool. Seeing if it's as adept as I think it is. And I have to don my PPE. Just throwing some stuff in Discord. Sorry folks, having a Discord themed issue. How y'all doing? New tool. Zoic Paleotech. Balaur. 0.5mm tip. How crazy fine that is. Put it up against that 322 I normally use. I'm using a thicker tip on that. Now first off, the test, does this even turn on? Alright, we're in business. Pressure sounds a bit high. I'm going to check the regulator. That's a better pressure. So, fossil bird leg doing that okay sign. That may or may not be okay. I think it's fine. It's okay. Kind of a cool fossil. We've already stabilized it on stream, consolidated it. We've done a little matrix preparation, but in places we could use a little bit more. So let's look for a couple of those places. Get the scope tuned, because I'm not the only one that uses it. Semi-lunate metacarpal, I believe is what we call this. In terms of prep, all she wrote there. I thought there was a bit more to expose here. Let's walk on down the line. There's some areas where the matrix can be brought down a bit. Again, testing this new Zoic Balaur, which Zoic Paleotech describes to be the finest airscribe ever made. Might roll that volume down on you, huh? It's probably a little annoying. Suavorio's here. Thanks for being here. Love to see you. So today we'll have a little grab bag. I'm testing a new tool. This is the Zoic Balaur. Claims to be the world's most precise airscribe. What was previously claimed to be that airscribe I have here as well, that's the HW330 I usually use. I'm using this 0.5 millimeter tip on this Eocene Bird leg from the Green River Formation. We've seen this on stream before when I consolidated it. Did all the work to make it rigid. There are just a few areas of matrix left that that can be brought down that I haven't really touched with any other tool. I haven't brought myself to, but this slender tip, I'm going after some of those areas. This won't last too long. I think there's a little bit we can do here. Closer to that. Just started using it, but I mean, so far it's a very nicely carved tip. Theoretically, the tip on the 330 could be carved like this. I just haven't done that. This was nicely carved by Mihai at Zoic. Very cool tool, very well made. See our different power levels here. It also has a separate pressure regulator. This operates at a really low pressure. So I'm just getting the base of this claw out, and it's doing its job. For reference, I'm at 100x mag where I was just working. There are some grains I should say, there are some diatoms that are bigger than this. It's hard to discuss exactly what scale this is. Don't really have much applicable there, but it's very, very small. I'll end up going and adding a little more consolidant to these areas just to get all the sediment back together. not all that much left to do. I thought there would be more in this region, but from what I can tell, looks like that's all she wrote, effectively. Yeah, I'll just get some consolidant on that, call it a day. But that's not the last time we'll be seeing this airscribe. And I have some other tips for this too. This one is just very well carved. I carve a lot of my own pin vices and tips, not often to this scale. There's a certain machining precision you need. I'm sure I could figure it out, I just don't have the tools for it at this time. Yeah. Tiny little bird. There's my finger there. I don't know what taxon. It's not that it's unidentified. I'm sure it's somewhat identifiable. I did narrow it down at some point. Might be in the starling family. What's important is that it's here. I don't know if I've hit that carpal yet. I think all Eocene birds are really cool. This will probably be a close to this bird leg project. I do have it's going to be about a 15 or 20 minute curated YouTube video involving this specimen. Wanted it to come out before the end of July when I'll be back from the field, but that might not be in the cards. Long story short, fully prepared specimen. This is from not the F1 beds like most of the fish we work on, the F2 beds of the Green River Formation, which are also called the split fish layers, or the sandwich beds. So the plates split in two, and often one plate, the part or counterpart, the fossil gets obliterated, or it gets lost. It's unseen, as was the case with this specimen. But luckily, what I believe is the better half of the specimen remained intact. Really fun stuff. Yes, I'm glad you might take a look at my YouTube channel. And let me see if I got the commands correctly. I'm still playing with my commands here. You are truly a loyal viewer. I really do appreciate that. However, I want to make sure my bot is working. No, this isn't a problem Danny would have, but I am still very, very new to this. Ah, it worked. I had to open MoveAt. Good evening, Germs. The crowd is here. The crowd is here. And subscriber tier, I have some. I don't always like how these emotes turn out, but I love how this this dancing fish, this dancing Priscacara, ended up turning out. Suave Oreo played the mummified Champsosaur arm, given a metal salute. And of course, our Dino Talk. Once we start talking about dinosaurs, throw this in the chat. Liberty the Lambeosaurus. This is the first Lambeo from the United States. The most complete Lambeosaurus skull as well, here at Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Yeah, I love the dancing fish that just kind of encapsulates this channel, I think. But with this bird done, this goes into the Dunsies pile. With this new equipment in mind, I think I'll bring this trilobite back into order. This is a Devonian trilobite. A real trilobite. Unlike all of the fakes that come out of Morocco, though this is from Morocco. It's a Hollardops from the Devonian. But I figured a lot of people would like to see how real trilobites are prepared. And yep, just tossed it. Goodbye, Dunsies. I am a vertebrate fossil preparator career-wise, but we all started working on invertebrates, brachiopods, crinoids. For me, a lot of Maison Creek material. I grew up 25-minute drive north of one of the coolest logger spots in the world, Maison Creek Formation. Let's see what our little Balaur wants to do here, and I'll tap that volume down a little bit so I don't kill you. Okay, that's nice. I like that. Let me see here, what am I at? I'm at 20 psi, spring pull level 2, so lower beats per minute. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, this is out of the box as built by Zoic Paleotech. This is a nice tool. Definitely, in particular for this specimen. Wow, I really like that so far. At the Dinosaur Lab here in Dickinson, we have one of these. I have used it. We have a wider tip, wider carbide, and it was an early model, one of the prototypes, so it had a few issues, but wow, good performance. One can prep Elrathia with a tiny scribe because I have done that, and some of the rarer forms from that locality. I used them as an exercise at a conference maybe 7 or 8 years ago, testing out new airscribes. A lot of people use like steel wool and stuff to get the trilobites out, and it looks good from the naked eye, but put it under a scope, you're not going to like what you see. One thing I'll say is that there's a big issue with the word power when it comes to airscribes. So there's a very fine tip. It's tungsten carbides. It's very strong and be brittle, but it's pretty strong. All my airscribes, save for one, have tungsten carbide tips. This is a very hard matrix. If you felt it in your hand, it's harder than concrete. It's tough, but it's not about the power. It's about beats per minute, the amount of strokes the piston is hitting, the push plate, so that it matches the resonant frequency of the rod. In this case, with the 330, I think mine needs to be lubed up a little bit. I'm having a little trouble finding that perfect frequency, but this tool here, I think I've found at least one of the good frequencies for the trilobite. The difficulty this time is it's not just that I'm prepping an unfamiliar taxon from an unfamiliar locality, but I'm doing a trilobite prep upside down. So this is a specimen that flipped in two. Instead of gluing the two pieces together and transfer prepping, which isn't very scientific, I'm prepping both separately, and this is going to be the underside of the trilobite, so that's kind of cool. Oh, we got a raid. Sorry, the pause. I'm trying to pronounce the name. I'm a little ignorant sometimes. Iridicane Wife is raiding with a number of people. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We're preparing a trilobite today and a number of things. We just got done with a fossil bird leg from the Eocene. I'm testing out new equipment. This is from the Devonian, and I can't pull an exact figure on how old it is, but we're looking at something on par of 400 million years old. This is a fossil from Morocco. These are typically faked, and we're working on a real one today. You know what? If you fall asleep to this, I suppose I've done my job. I try to modulate the volume for everyone, so when I have the tool on, it doesn't hurt your ears too much, but I'll let you have a little bit of that noise. I have you in chat. I'd love to answer your questions about fossil preparation, fossils, dinosaurs, whatever you prefer. So I'll do a little work, and then I'll get to talking to people. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this tool. This is not an ad for Zoic Paleotech. I'm not sponsored by any fossil preparation tool company. They do make some good tools, and this Balaur is one of them. It's matching the frequency of this rock really well. There's some areas of difficulty, but much less than I was having the other week. Thanks for being here, Iridicane Wife. Thank you so much. Hope your people like what I'm doing. Have a really good night. And please, you got some questions? I'm a paleontologist. I'm a degreed paleontologist. By night, I work in the laboratory I own. I own my own business, doing contract preparation of vertebrate fossils. I also make videos on YouTube. Little Robot will tell you about my YouTube channel. by day, I work on dinosaurs mostly. I'm the laboratory manager at Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. We run the largest field program in the Great Plains, and likely the largest field program in North America. I'm about to do a summer of field work digging up dinosaurs. Please at least give me a follow, because I'm going to hit that stream button from some of the dig sites over the summer. So you don't just get to see me digging up fossils under the microscope, you get to see me at the quarry. You know, we're all dependent on signal and things like that. There are places we go we can't get signal, but I promise you we'll do some dino dig kind of stuff over the summer, so you don't lose me. I've been preparing fossils for 18 years, but all kinds of fossils. And this is me sort of sharing the right way to do it with the world. The right way to do it. Yeah, honestly, a lot of the tools that I've ordered in the museum lab are ones I've used for years before I even started that position. So yeah, I have my own style of tool, especially microscopes in particular, that are brought with me. Now, we have one of the prototypes for this at my lab. If it continues to perform like this, I'm definitely going to order some more. We also have a couple more tools from them with us. We beta tested their Bronto. This is a airscribe that does really, really hard concretions. It just blasts through hard rock. We have a Tyrannosaur that is fully encased in matrix, an articulated Tyrannosaur. And Zoic thought, you know what, this would be a good project to sort of beta test it on, and now I've ordered a couple more ever since then. Let me see if I have image I could bring up. Yeah, it's not showing up. Well, you get the crunch. I stream from the lab sometimes too. So I'm talking about Zoic Paleotech, Z-O-I-C, Paleotech, P-A-L-A-E-O Tech, Zoic Paleotech. They run a couple fossil preparation groups on Facebook as well. They're based out of the UK, and they do have a wait list for their tools. So many people want their tools. I think North Carolina just bought 80, 90, 100 of their tools, so there's a waiting list. But if you want an airscribe fairly quick for a good price, they're the best company right now. Their companies like Paleo Tools make a couple good tools. I don't like most of their airscribes. Chicago Pneumatic, stay away from them. Too strong, not made for fossil preparation. Ingersoll Rand makes the Aero 8315 model. Now this is me talking shop and not prepping fossils. So I'll do a little fossil prep before I get deep into that rabbit hole. Oh no, my Discord link expired. Well, I'll do some fossil prep, and then I'll look into the Discord. I think people want to see me working. Yeah, I guess my mod didn't catch that. Alright, and now the bot knows that too. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I have such a lovely community. I'm very new to lots of online things. I'm not that old, I just don't spend a lot of time with computers, so that ought to do that. I want you to be able to go to the Discord if you want to ask me questions when I'm not streaming or doing anything like that. Yes, I have a lot of dust extraction going on here. You know, it's an issue with the sound. When I do air abrasives, I have to turn on a lot more, but I am full HEPA in here. I'm not breathing a lick of dust. Do a little more work. It's very three-dimensional. If you're familiar with trilobites, this might not look too familiar. Number one, because hollowed up, so it looks a little different. Number two, I'm working from the bottom, so you're not seeing the top. You're seeing like the inside of the exoskeleton. This was split out in two pieces on a piece of limestone from Morocco. It's ascientific, really, to glue those two back together and do what they call transfer preparation. So I'm preparing the two sides differently. I'm doing the bottom portion of this side and the top of the other. So what you're looking at here, this is the bottom of the head, or you call it the cephalon. And so I believe this is one of the eyes here. It's just inverted. The other eye is going to be probably around here somewhere. And then you're looking at the main body segments going through here. And they're going to stop at a certain point as we go to the other plate, where we have the rest of the trilobite exposed. This is cool because I'm suspicious of every single Moroccan trilobite I've ever seen. I would never want to bring in a Moroccan trilobite to my museum unless I watched somebody prepare it in front of me or prepared it myself. They are devious. And I admire them in a way because they are so good at making plastic and cement look like something biological. But here we don't do stuff like that. I often need hearing protection, so you'll see when I use certain airscribes, I do put those head fans on. None of my extractors are above a threshold decibel rating for that. A lot of the airscribes are. I think this one's quieter than you think it is. It's really, sometimes I don't notice it at all, but it's so close to the mic I use, I just have to have it set up that it sounds like wicked loud. But I have my parrot hearing protection right over there. Keep it close by. At the dinosaur lab that I manage, Badlands Dinosaur Museum, I wear them all day. I have a 3M work tune set, so it's Bluetooth all day. That lab is so noisy. The extractors are loud, the tools are loud. Here it's a little more chill. I'm working on these small shale fossils. It looks like I'm moving mountains under the microscope, but not as much in reality. There's a lot of things you can do with the fakes, that's for sure. You can, I've seen people put them in their kitchen, make a tile wall out of them. We have some in our collection at Badlands Dinosaur Museum. They're in our education collection, so we're a government, a local government that had the museum donated to us, so we're a city museum. So everything that was in the museum is in the public trust. It's our responsibility to maintain and care for, even the fake stuff. So sometimes we run a little booth. We ask people, what's fake, what's real? I can tell you one thing on this table is fake. Our educator does that for the most part. It's a fun exercise. And I will mention this channel has sort of this growing tradition of naming the specimens I work on, so it's always the next to subscribe gets naming rights, and what that means is whatever they choose to name the specimen, the name is engraved on the back of the specimen. I already have a few fossil fish and other things that have some very weird things engraved to the back of them. They also have their data, proper accession numbers and stuff, and just a little tag to go along with that, a fun little name. So you subscribe, you say, hey, I just subscribed, you get to name the fish. And subscribers get other perks, like the fun little emotes I was showing off earlier. I love the spinny fish. I can't get enough of them. Just gonna send out those spinny Priscatera. Take your volume down so I don't kill your ears. That looks like a piece of carapace that wants to chip off. It really wants to go. So, I'm going to consolidate that. What do I do it with? Not familiar with this lithology. I'm not sure which glues and consolidants might work best. I'm inclined to try B76. That's my go-to. Butvar B76 solution in 190 proof ethanol. Clear acrylic bead that's archival and totally reversible. The alcohol is a high vapor pressure, so it evaporates away really fast, and it leaves the plastic behind to hold everything together or consolidate. It's one of these Bergeon watch oilers. Alright. And let's see how thirsty it is. Let's watch it get in there. Might want a bit more. Things break. You see it on the fish scales especially, but we want to try to keep everything there as much as humanly possible. Now, the trilobite people in Morocco generally don't have this amount of time, so even on the things that are real, this stuff gets blown away pretty often. So typically we let that dry, we move somewhere else. I'm going to do some bulk matrix removal with the 330. That's the tool you've been seeing me use most often here, on the fish in particular. How do we like trilobites? Again, this is Hallertaups from Morocco, about 400 million years old. Looking at the bottom, not the top. I thought it'd be fun to prepare the bottom. Big scribe, yeah. Big scribe. You should see some of my other scribes. I just think that's the big scribe, but yeah, I mean, we can compare the two. Here's that Balaur with the extra fine tip. Here's the HW330. They're comparable in size. The tips are just carved differently. So I could get a tip on this one that's about as thin. It's just this tip is so well carved, and I'm having a little more finesse adjusting the distance between the piston and the spring, and that's what you might hear the beats per minute change, the strokes. That's what this does. If you don't like trilobites, you certainly like fossil birds. Maybe this is a specimen that we were working on earlier. It's now finished. It's kind of given the OK sign. Yeah, this is really cool. So this is Eocene. It's about 52 million years old. Should try to make an emote with that. I don't know, maybe. I wanted to be able to show the other side of this trilobite. So this is the front portion of the head that split out. So we're looking at the top of the trilobite here. So this is one of the eyes on this end. So this will be prepared separately. Separately from this one. So we just did some rough matrix removal. We'll go back with that finer airscribe at, what are we going to do here? We'll do 60 magnification. Another thing lacking in a lot of prep facilities, whether it is a museum, a commercial facility, I know, somebody's backyard. Did we time out? I had just a little blip on my screen. I think we're good. Sometimes I get these stream timeouts. I don't think we died, so we're all good. Oh, I didn't turn your volume down before I did that, did I? these fractures in the exoskeleton right around the end here need to be tamed, so I'm consolidating them. It kind of looks like a big paddle to you, I imagine, but it's actually a little Bergeon watch oiler for oiling gears on watches and things, but I'm so zoomed in. Looks like a different world. So would I do another layer of fine detail, pin vise or air abrasion, or this be as far as you prep? I could see this having a few pin vise applications. I tried out some air abrasives on this specimen and it doesn't take to them very well, so this is all carbide tool action, this fossil. I can move to that Phareodus eventually, so upper right hand corner, the bottom image, it's a Phareodus testis from the Green River Formation, Wyoming. That's a fish I've been working on here periodically. Get to see some fun air abrasion. I know that's what people are here for, the air abrasives, the ASMR. Yeah, this thing is awfully 3D compared to the fish stuff I do. see it from my, sorry. Wish you could see it from my scale because it's looking really cool. I like having a change of pace here and there. So, because we're looking at the bottom of the trilobite, this is one of the eyes here, and this is another one of the eyes here. This portion of the plate, the front of the cephalon or head broke, and it's embedded in another piece of rock beside me. So we're going to be following this trilobite down. Holodops are pretty long, as I recall, so it's going to keep going down into the matrix. But with this new Zoic Balaur airscribe, which I'm not sponsored, I bought this because I thought I would like it. Man, that's just fun. What do you think his name was? Her name was, their name was, swimming around in the Devonian seas. Kind of strikes me as a Paul. Or a Robert. I suppose I could get to some fish work soon, or something like that. I'm enjoying the trilobite myself, but there are lots of other things I could work on. Shout out, who's here? Any of my other OGs, anybody new, has no idea what they're watching, why they're here. The upper right hand illustration there is of this lobster. So Denver Fowler found this on the Isle of Wight. This is a Jurassic Maiaria, a Cretaceous Maiaria lobster, Barremian, about 100 million years old. You can see the lobster tail right here curling around. It'd be fun to throw that. I'm silly, I didn't use the rock lobster emote. There you go, isn't that the coolest one you've ever seen? You gotta follow to get that one. You want your rock lobster, don't you? I know you do. look like I'm doing a lot, but what's our progress there? Oh, so we're eating through the carapace of the lobster here. Again, Maria lobster from the early Cretaceous of the Isle of Wight, collected by Denver Fowler. An illustration of a complete lobster is in your upper right hand corner there, so it should look like that when it's done, except for these long claws. I'm told by Denver they rarely find a complete claw unless it's like curled in on itself. So, but the rest of it should be here. We have the tail portion right here. You see that lobster tail curling around, hence the lobster time emote. That is kind of fun. Could continue on that a bit. I'm enjoying this airscribe stuff. Just seeing how well it took to air abrasives. Doesn't like them. Not sodium bicarb at least. Gotta lean back and take a break for a second. Been going a couple hours. Fun lobster. I like both of them. I think just because it's different, having a little more fun with the trilobite this round. Thinking about moving on to the fish. It's sort of been the star of things lately. That ancestral arowana, that Phareodus testis from the Eocene of Wyoming. I do love working on this trilobite though. This is going to be a stream staple. We're going to watch this whole thing be worked. Just like that Phareodus. Every single piece of that has been worked on stream so far, and it will continue to be that way. So I'm going to get up, grab that, and have a stretch. Thank you for everybody who's still with me. Again, my name is Steve Clausen. I'm a professional vertebrate fossil preparator. By day, I manage the lab at Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. We have by far the largest field program in the Northwest, if not in North America. We do 3 months straight, starting in a couple of weeks. And I will do some streams from the field, so dinosaur stuff, dinosaur quarry stuff. I can't promise when that will be, so please follow me so you get that notification when I'm in the Badlands in the middle of nowhere, have a signal and want to show you a bone or two. take you on a stroll through camp, see how we live, that sort of thing. I'm not doing this stream for personal profit. Right now I'm in my own lab. By night I work on shale fossils and contracts for people. This is sort of my own experimental lab. I get to do lots of fun stuff with different sort of things. You'll see a link to the throne for Badlands Dinosaur Museum. I encourage you to take a look at it. If you're going to throw money any direction, it's to help us prepare fossils and buy equipment. We used to rely on federal grants for that, of which we receive a number. And so we've been relying on that for our education, outreach, and fossil preparation. With sort of a gloomy future on that, we're looking at ways of privately raising funds so that our program can continue. And you see lots of new dinosaur species being described. We have at least a couple in the works right now. Get ready for some more. Hope there's some regs in the audience. Where's everybody from? The States, Australia, New Zealand? I always get different sort of crowds at this time during these late night streams. I'm gonna go grab that fish. You can keep ogling at this trilobite, which I am quite enjoying. Here's the guy. Looks big under the scope, not as big in person. So this is right about midsection of the fish. And again, this is ancestral arowana. It looks a lot like a piranha. It's actually an arowana from southwestern Wyoming, about 50, I've been saying 55, it's actually more like 52 million years ago. The Eocene Green River Formation was a fossil lake system that was freshwater to brackish seasonally. And that seasonality is cool. It's cool we're able to know those things, but it's a frustration for me because of these guys here. These are called varves. Varves are alternating layers that represent seasonal deposition. So you see orange grades to white, to orange to white. Each two sets are believed to represent 1 year. So there's a spring-summer deposition and then more of a fall-winter deposition. That spring-summer has a lot more carbon input into the lake. Obviously things are growing, growing. And then, you know, sort of toward the end there's a lot of organics in the water, and then it gets cold and there's nothing in the winter, so you have those powdery white layers. These orange layers can be tough, and sometimes they even look like fossil scales. Luckily, Phareodus has very thick, very dense scales. And that's what you see here. These are all fossilized scales. Very robust on Phareodus. all sorts of different patterns and things like that. Even what we were discussing the other day, this scale here could be a nuptial scale, which I cannot find in any literature of Phareodus being described. However, they are known in modern arowana, so it'd be cool if that's what that was. You know, sort of the idea of science happening on stream, live on stream. But no matter what's what, you get all these fun textures. And here are the ribs. So where I'm pointing here, if you look at the bottom right, the upper right of your screen, the illustration under the lobster, that fish, right about falling in the middle. So we're about halfway done with this fossil. You see the pectoral fin here coming out. I still have to push this anal fin further, so that's something that needs a little more working. And we have a little more work to do on this caudal fin, but basically gone through the bulk of it, the brunt of it. So I think what I'll do tonight, unless there's objection, is cut the matrix down from around what I think will be the rest of the pectoral fin. See this line I left myself here. Chop this bit down. Cut into this area a bit. There's a few more scales moving in this direction. And then cut this here because the anterior fin rays, the anal fin, they keep going in a little bit. So I'll cut that, and cut up through here, maybe up to the vertebrae. We'll see where we go from there. Now, to accomplish that, I have to use one of these bigger airscribes. Some commented before, ooh, look at the big one. Well, we have a bigger one. Bigger one coming up soon. So this tool is two companies merged into one. We have, again, Zoic Paleotech. This is their upgrade to the CP9361 Chicago Pneumatic airscribe. So this is a tool that's more widely available. It wasn't made for fossil preparation, it was made for engraving, and Zoic Paleotech took it and retrofitted it to be more adept. Once again, I'm not sponsored by any one fossil prep group. I use tools that I think are the best tools you can get for the job. Generally, I hate Chicago Pneumatics. I don't use them for almost anything. I've used them in the field, but this Zoic upgraded Chicago Pneumatic is good for one thing in my mind, and that's delaminating shale. This does a great job of ripping up shale, especially oil shale, and allowing me to get within millimeters of the bone layer. I would never touch fossil scale or bone with this airscribe, but it's going to help me get down faster. I'm gonna need these though, because it's a bit loud. How's your day going? I'm showing 1:15 Mountain Time, U.S. I'm in North Dakota. I know you wished you could be in North Dakota. I'm sorry you're not here. But I see y'all. I see y'all here. I'm glad you decided to spend your time with me. So without further ado, let's go crazy. Ugh. Anyone still with me through all that? Oh, sorry, I maxed your audio. Get to some air abrasion stuff pretty soon. Who's here? Who's here? 1:40 a.m. Mountain Time, U.S. We've been doing a lot of things tonight. Hot Rocks Girl just arrived. Thanks for being here in this crazy stream where I talk to fossils in the void. We just got our overburden of oil shale down to the layer of the fossil bone and scale on this specimen of Phareodus testis, a 52 million year old ancestral arowana fish from southwestern Wyoming. Looks a lot like a piranha, but a lot of characteristics that are tells for arowana. Look at this really small dorsal fin positioned all the way at the back and this big anal fin here. So the upper right corner of your screen, the fish under that lobster illustration, that's an image of a Phareodus, so a complete specimen. On stream, we've done this the whole rear, I mean, save for the fragile tips of these fin rays, we're moving toward the skull. This specimen came to me because a cement saw cut through part of the head of this fish, which won't be a problem. We're going to make some matrix to fill that in, but this is scientific preparation. I'm not going to restore that at all. No paint, no putty, it's all fake, it's all lies. But we're going to make it look a little nicer. It's a fairly rare fish, and it's got some cool stuff going for it. Yeah, I'd say it's relaxing to watch, it's relaxing to do. I'm a professional fossil preparator. I've done this for 18 years. I'm also a degreed paleontologist. This is my own lab that I own, part of my own business, but by day I work at Badlands Dinosaur Museum. I'm a lab manager. I'm the lab manager and a field crew chief. We're a federal repository in the United States, so we work on Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation land, and I'm not using this stream for personal profit or anything like that. I ask that you check out the Throne for Badlands Dinosaur Museum, where you can contribute to fossil preparation in particular, and equipment. You could sponsor an hour of fossil prep, 2 hours a day, week or more, because in this country, for reasons you might understand, the prospect of federal grants keeping us going is kind of dropped right now, so we're looking into private fundraising options. And subscribe or not subscribe, whatever, please follow me. The follows help. The follows help elevate this channel, get more people viewing, talking about the science. And I'll also be in the field for the summer, so I want to be able to stream from the field sometimes when I have signal, and I can't plan for that, so you follow, you get that notification that I'm there. I think this is the... I'm still getting used to the bots and everything like that. I'm pretty new to all of this. I think I'm dumb. I don't think I programmed one for the throne, but it's in my about. I have to do that. Another thing to do. Who else is here? What do you want to see? You waiting for the air abrasion? That's Instagram's favorite parts. When I clip these into shorts, they love the air abrasion. It is true, there are precious few grants. When you're a federal repository in the United States, especially if you work on Bureau of Land Management administered land like we do, typically there are a number of opportunities, as we've used for years and years in the past, to fund fossil preparation. We had a specimen that cost effectively 6 figures to airlift out of the field with the most powerful helicopter ever built, a dual rotor helicopter, the only time it's ever been done, a fossil that weighed roughly 5,000 kilograms. That's still sitting in the lab right now. They came in and helped us with half the dollar value of that lift. As a federal repository, we've always been supported by these federal grants, so we got to look into alternative methods to keep going. Luckily, they're still issuing our permits and things like that, so stuff's going good. But I'm also here because I have fun in my own lab preparing shale fossils. We don't dig these up generally. It's mostly big dinosaur bones, so getting to play around with fossil fish and soft tissues and things, I love doing that, and I might as well share it with the world. Yeah, that tool, that's my Chicago pneumatic. The only time I use that airscribe is when I have to move a lot of shale. I don't use it for anything else really. But I have smaller airscribes that will help me do things like this. My cords are all tangled. Save for a few rough patches of those spring summer varves, those orange layers there that I have to take care of. I think I'm ready to do some air abrasion. Those of you who have been here know what that means. I have I have air scrubbers, 2 of them around me on right now, so I don't breathe any dust. But when I do air abrasives, I only use a bit of powder, not too much, but I still need something stronger right next to me to take it out of the air. So under your camera is a huge nozzle that extracts the abrasive medium, in this case sodium bicarbonate or baking soda. So I turn that on, it gets a little louder, so I pitch your volume down, and when chat's a little active, when chat's a little chatty, I come in and answer your questions. I don't want to be a broken record, but I will answer anything you ask. So there's that. Physics and depression. I'm sorry I didn't notice. Physics and depression is rated. What a channel. I should make one called Geology and Depression. I'm a geologist, and oh boy, I've heard physics is no different. I have bachelor's, master's, geologic science. Our wings were always next to physics, so a lot of my best friends are physicists. I've been through the ringer. Fossils can be carved rocks, so we went through this on stream just before you got here, actually. So there's an epidemic in Morocco of fake trilobites, of trilobites just carved into rock and being peddled as real, being sold, are actually on display in museums across the world, on display as real trilobites. 9 in 10 or more of these trilobites coming from North Africa, which is the most trilobite dense place in the world, are either completely fake or altered. They take pieces of trilobites and real trilobites and glue them together. This is an unprepared real trilobite from Morocco that we have been moving through on stream. So I'm showing you what it's like to actually see a real trilobite and some of the giveaways and stuff like that. It's really fun. I don't remember any of geophysics either. I didn't take it as an undergrad, but for some reason, I remember doing that in grad school, that and geomorphology. Sorry, no, I never took geophysics. I'm thinking of geochemistry, which kind of did the same thing to me. I don't think I would have taken to geophys very well. Well, welcome all you. I think you're around for one of the best parts. That's when I do air abrasives. These are the little 30-second shorts that do numbers on, Instagram Reels and things like that. This is like the ASMR-y thing. I'm going to turn that extractor on. It's going to get a little loud. You're going to hear that, but don't worry. I'll pitch your volume down, but I have you right to the left of me. Oh no. You got out the chemistry books. Of course it went poorly. I never really minded chemistry. I mean, it's like nothing that excited me too well, but I was pretty good at it, I guess. I mean, I didn't. The highest I got was org, and that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. It's all. See, the physics and depression. It's all coming back to me. It's all rolling back to me. I always do get these questions. People ask, what sandblaster am I using? Well, look under the scope. See how small this nozzle is? This is not a sandblaster. This is, I think it's 30 micron wide, something like that. You're not shooting sand out of that. This is a Crystal Mark Swan Blaster MV2L. It's built for one thing, and that's fossil preparation. If you're gonna do microabrasion, this is what you use. I use sodium bicarbonate or baking soda. I order it lab sorted between usually 20 up to 50 micron grain size. Though the great value stuff from Walmart is sorted, I won't say they try to sort it, but it's sorted almost just as well. So I have another unit at the lab in Dickinson, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, where I use the Walmart stuff, and it's just fine. So there's your cost-cutting measure. So I'm going to cut your volume down a bit so it's not so painful. There we go. Another important thing with this unit is that Another important thing with this unit is that I can not just only the pressure, I can adjust it between 1 bar and I should say 1 psi and 120 psi, but this has controls for powder flow, so I can control the amount of powder going to the unit and to the fossil at once. It also has a pinch valve, which means when I take my foot off the pedal that powers it, the flow of the powder stops instantly. In most cases, when you take the power off of the unit, it keeps flowing for a while. This reduces your control over the specimen. This is for anybody who watches my reels, watches stream, and wants to know how I do this. Just a few tidbits there. Micro-Onda blasting is coming. operation, we call this consolidation. So there are a lot of gaps and voids in the specimen that you just can't see, and you often can't predict. So they get opened up a little bit. You see some little black powder that's like powderized scale and bone. I go and I add a consolidant, or an agent that's going to bind all those voids together. And what I'm using here is Balaur B76. These are clear acrylic beads that are considered by museum conservators to be archival. They don't break down in human lifespans effectively. And it's dissolved in a solvent, in this case 190 proof ethanol. So you just go to the liquor store and get some Everclear. And of course solvents like ethanol or acetone is a common one. They have a high vapor pressure, so they evaporate pretty quickly and they leave that plastic behind to bind everything together. I use B76 because it's less glossy than other consolidants, so it has more of a matte finish, and you see that it splashes over onto the bone. It's easier to remove using air abrasion than other consolidants. An example would be Paraloid B72 and Vinac, or polyvinyl acetate. Starmie is here, Starmie the OG. Things are good. We did trilobites today, we did the bird leg, we finished that up. We did some work on Denver Fowler's lobster, the Cretaceous area. And now, of course, we are back to what's been the main specimen, Phareodus testis. This is an Eocene 52 million year old ancestral arowana, fairly rare in the formation, but when we get to the skull, it's going to have a nice set of teeth. The jaws are always amazing on these guys. Right now I'm on the pectoral fin. I'm doing some consolidation because this thing obviously is full of voids, as you remember from the vertebrae in particular. Again, as a reminder, before I forget, I'll be back here Monday, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, and then again the following Saturday, 11 p.m. Mountain Time. After that, I might not have another prep stream. We are going to the field. We have a 3-month field season. I get a couple weeks break right at the end of July, but in the field, this is why it's important you follow me. When I have signal, I want to turn on the phone and stream from the dinosaur day. Or in camp, I want to show you some bones, but that kind of thing, because of how signal works and the schedule works out there, I can't schedule. So follow me so you get a notification when I'm out there. I know Danny Anduza is doing similar things. Mine is a different style, I think. I think mine is much more raw. Just might be a little weird too, but it's real. It's what actually happens out there. This is my own private stream and my own lab here, but I'm the field crew chief and laboratory manager at Badlands Dinosaur Museum. We have what's probably the largest field program in North America. We're pulling in more dinosaurs than almost anyone else right now, so don't think you want to miss it. That's my little blurb before I go away. I'm not going to beg anyone to subscribe, but just, follow me so you can catch me for that action. I haven't tried streaming from the field before, so that's going to be a new one for me. See just how many surprise voids we can run into. So there is a void between scales there, so we lost some surface. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, not much. Most commercial collectors blow half the scales away just to try to prepare fish in a timely manner. Often, some museums do a worse job than commercial collectors. So we have a lot of standards to adjust in fossil preparation. So we're going to consolidate this so that crack gets mended. my OGs for being here. Reminder to everyone here to join my Discord. I think Muba just recently threw some information out there. It's a chance to catch me off stream. We have some moderators who are also professional preparators to help answer questions. There are a few professional preparators in there already. There aren't too many people in there right now, but if you have fossils to show off, if you have fossil IDs to give, or fossils you want ID'd, or you just want to chat and hang out, it's the place to be. Once again, I'm not like an internet person, so Discord is also new to me, but my girlfriend is very patient. She's walking me through everything, so I thank her for that. Thanks, Starmy, I appreciate it. Can't get my hands on the keyboard all the time. Starmy, I talked to a fish guy, Lance Grandy, the fish guy. He's in super retirement, so like on a beach in Cabo until he's dead with no phone, like nobody talked to me kind of retirement. But a few things I've seen here, and their position as well, is that these tubercles are actually inward facing. We're not seeing the portion of the scale that would have been gripping or doing anything like that. And I've even found some toward the thoracic vertebrae, or at least scales that mimic that texture, which might not suggest it would be nuptial, and would also be a reason why Lance would have omitted the description in all of his other papers on Phareodus. Now, that's not a definitive conclusion by any means. There are a lot of fish people, but it's cool at least to see that scale from a different perspective. Usually they're all inward facing, and you need to find a very disarticulated fish to find one that's inverted. Then again, the specimen still needs to be prepared, so no matter what, it's education. It's still science. It's information. stretch for a second. Yeah, that's the thing with this scale. It appears that the projections are on the inside and not on the outside. And they're also, as far as I can tell, on the thoracic vertebrae, above the thoracic vertebrae, on the anal fin, even under some of the dorsal ribs, I'm seeing that pattern. So, who knows? Not a fish person. Well, not a fish researcher. I love preparing fossil fish. But it's not that Phareodus is so rare that we don't have enough specimens. I mean, there are thousands of specimens of testis out there. Who knows? That's a good question. It certainly is the next step. Of science, yes. How's everyone else doing? Still down to prep? Let's go after the dorsal fin. Sorry, the caudal fin rays. want the papers on the Discord. I know there have been more sections added. I actually don't remember everything that's there. Let me go into our Discord. Not many people joined at first, so I haven't been super active in it, but I do encourage people to come in. I think general paleo would be a good category. I mean, I am open to either, but it feels like general paleo might be like a research discussion kind of space. Well, I understand, Hot Rock Skirtle. I think most people here aren't paleontologists, but that's sort of why I'm here, you know, streaming this for your enjoyment. You can consult me. You can ask me what I'm doing, even if it seems trivial. Not one thing I'm doing is trivial. It's all part of the plan. You know, please come to me. That's why I do this. That's why it's Twitch. I have a chat. You know. It's not like somebody chats and I'm like, oh no. I don't want somebody to chat in my chat where I can gather traction and people to follow me and create a community. Oh, it's very light reading, yeah. You should read Lance Grandy's dissertation. I think it was published in 1984. I showed it on the stream before. Just on all the fossil fishes of the Green River Formation. If y'all are still with me, and y'all got audio on, again, thanks for being here. My name's Steve. I am a vertebrate paleontologist, professional fossil preparator. For 18 years now, I manage the prep lab at our federal repository, Badlands Dinosaur Museum in western North Dakota. But I'm just having fun here. This is a fossil fish, ancestral arowana from the Eocene, about 52 million years old. I'm showing you how to do it right. Whether you're a commercial, whether you are an amateur, whether you're in a museum, the same mistakes are made in all three places, and I've seen incredible preparation come out of all three places. Some amateur preparation is among the best work I've ever seen, but it is done this way. No matter what, this is the way to do it. You need a good microscope. Doesn't have to be the fanciest microscope. That's not how I started. But you need some kind of magnification, and it has to be binocular. You need a binocular stereo microscope that gives you depth perception. You can't do this without depth perception. You can't like a compound microscope. You can't look in with one eye. It doesn't work that way. And I use all Lysa Heerbrugg filled microscopes. They're all Swiss. They all fit into the same ecosystem. All these parts are interchangeable among the scopes I have, and it's the same way at Badlands Dinosaur Museum. So even if somebody wants to talk shop about compressors, if you're really into this, this is your outlet. And the Discord too. My Instagram's there, the bot's showing you. Some of you might be here from my Instagram and my YouTube reels, which do numbers. This is the raw stuff. I'm glad you're here to experience it. And we'll keep going for a little while, right? I've only been doing this 4 hours, 3 a.m. Mountain Time in North Dakota. Sorry, I've been ignoring you, Chad. I'm in the zone. I'll check in the Discord after the stream. Who's the expert on the Green River Formation, his big papers on fish like Phareodus didn't start coming out until the 80s, I believe. And I'm not a fish guy myself. I have 2 papers in the works right now. I have been reading way too much about polymers and fracture patterns in extant and fossil eggshell and trampling biofilms. So this sort of research is, something I don't have time for. Usually I don't expect research questions to come out of, relatively common fish. I would bet if I found another Phareodus specimen in here, I might be able to find the same sort of scale. But I have read more recent papers on Phareodus. Brandy and Buchaim would be the authors for the most part. It was featured extensively in The Lost World of Fossil Lake, which I think was a 2015 publication, 2015, so anywhere between 2014 and 16. Detailed photographic sort of anatomical guide. Woo! 3:30 almost, wow. almost everything I've ever done has been a team effort. Everything I've ever published, at least 3, 4, 5 people. One paper right now, I'm working with Deanna Neff and Denver Fowler on a new egg site from the Judith River. The other is my first solo project. I'm not talking about it too much, but yeah. So this is one time where I'm avoiding, not avoiding. I'm not collaborating. If that makes any sense. Let's see who's out there. Preparation, the air abrasion. What's your favorite part? My favorite part is that it's 3:40 a.m. Mountain Time, U.S. Who's out there? Roll call. Bit of air abrasion. I know everybody likes that. It's quite a weird time, isn't it? Nobody good, sorry. My volume's going all funky. Know of anyone we could raid? It's a weird time. none of the big players I follow are online. How you doing? Does anybody know about the Mystery Science Theater channel? Is that a person, or is it like automated? They've got a lot of viewers. And yeah, join our Discord, because I can't be here forever, but we can message after the stream. Message me when I'm at work, I don't care. That's the fun of it. Building a community. It's like an official Twitch channel, but there's a Twitch stream airing Mystery Science Theater. Yeah, check it out for me, see what it's like. I might send y'all there. I see it in my list of when I search science and technology, it's the most popular one streaming now. But you know, I didn't click on it. Maybe we all just pile in there and figure it out. Yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we do that. Again, thanks everyone for being here. We're going to find out what this Mystery Science Theater channel is all about. If it's a person or something like that. Thank you so much for being here. Please stick in for the raid for their sake, for my sake. Get in our Discord. Go to my YouTube, Natural History Studio. Moobot's been posting it. I will re-upload this stream, and you'll see some shorts on my Instagram, stuff like that. Monday, very soon, Monday, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, US, I will be back. Follow me if you want to see me in the field, because in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be in the field for a very long time, several months. So I want to be able to have you guys see some bones in camp, stream from at least a couple of the quarries. I don't know for how long, but it's like real raw science there, so I can't schedule that, so you follow me to know when I'm live. That's as much as I can say. Raid counting down. See you on Monday, Starby. Nice to meet you, Hot Rocks Girl. Audience from around the globe. I'm so happy.